Right.
exactly in
That's
2020.
right. Yeah.
So he's used to the pressure. I don't think. Yeah.
Sorry. Aber von da geht's nicht?
So Rolf, who's since that accident paralysed from T5 downwards, and therefore has absolutely no use of the lower limbs.
Gut, also, so cool. So müsst ihr da stehen bleiben auf jeden Fall.
Well, we're getting closer.
Yes.
Start of the first of the wheelchair challenges.
Aber so wäre doch gut.
Aber so geht's?
So wäre super.
Okay, dann bleibe ich. Ich hoffe jetzt nicht für eine halbe Stunde.
And you can see the Japanese team in the inset on the top left of your screen.
Auf beiden Beinen so stehen bleiben, genau so. So ist super.
Final touch-ups. A bit of a delay.
So worth pointing out that the course in Zurich and the course in Japan are exactly the same. Measurements, I was watching them doing the measuring this morning. The tape measures were out just to ensure that the gaps between the obstacles, the tables and the chairs is exactly the same, which makes sense. And this, of course, came about after the 2020 and the COVID pandemic. Competing in the same place just wasn't possible, and it's an idea that's developed, and now we have teams in Brazil and in Italy and in France, all over the world. It's absolutely sensational. And 10 nations in all involved this weekend. Of course, the event in October is much bigger than that.
But it also makes it quite difficult, organizing all of the teams all over the world, having them all online at the same time, organizing the online calls. So there's also quite a big team behind the whole production.
Yeah, and everyone's technology working
exactly.
At the same time. This is a classic example of how things can get just a little bit delayed, and we're still having a slight issue, I think, in Japan at the moment. Osaka University is the home base of Oeku, and Seonji Yong is the team leader out there trying to resolve the issues.
Japan will start the countdown for Japan is in about 30 seconds.
Ah. So I think we're getting closer to the starting line.
Yeah, we've had a 30-second call. Things starting to look a little bit better. So mobility enhanced for Switzerland, Oeku for Japan, and
let's see if the pilots are getting nervous right now.
Well, Rolf's lookalike looks remarkably relaxed.
Yeah.
And
okay, countdown is starting.
Also das ist Japan, hat jetzt geschafft, ist 13 Minuten später, darum sind wir der
10 seconds, Japan is going to start. Final seconds.
And then, as you can see, mobility enhanced will have to wait a minute before they get underway. But they can't watch. They can't watch the performance of the Japanese team. So
first up is the table closest to the starting line. So this one right there, but that one actually extremely smooth.
what's the main issue on an obstacle like that?
So I think the first difficulty is the narrow space between the cupboard and the table, and then also having a wheelchair that actually fits underneath the table, right? So the armrest cannot be too high, the wheelchair itself cannot be too high, but they're doing this really, really well. So for now, they're leaving out the rocky terrain. They had some difficulties while practicing, but I think they're quite confident that they will.
So things looking good in for Oeku at the moment. Mobility enhanced, about to get underway, and on that second part of the problem, moving objects just complicate the issue a little bit. So Rolf Schock is underway, and we'll go through we'll go through the same processes. The wheels just a little bit further apart, which makes those tight corners that much more difficult. But as you can see, both sets of wheels steer, which does facilitate the slightly sharper turns. That looks smooth enough.
That looks perfect. But in those situations, the pilot has been trained quite a lot to really navigate this rather big device. But he's doing a great job. Yeah,
the difficulty here is making sure you don't
bump into
stuff behind.
Exactly.
So rather than retrace his steps, he's decided to reverse into the other section, which is a different approach. And Oeku flying through those obstacles. That was
quick.
Yeah, very impressive. And they do get a second chance.
Perfect. This looks good. Also, the second table is done. Ooh, this is the tricky part.
Yeah.
But he's doing well.
Yeah, very stable, but quite a. You can see the contrast between the two, and the main difference is the base, the length or the distance between the front and the back wheels.
Exactly. But they're aiming for the rocky terrain, so now it's going to be tricky because they have to completely stop on the second half.
Okay, go.
This looks good.
And just explain why Oeku navigated past that particular section.
So I know that they had some difficulties keeping the balance because you have to have quite a high distance between the wheels and the wheelchair underneath. So if the wheelchair is not stable enough and you're going over the rocky terrain.
Yeah. And the red baton here, and just simulating another person in a restaurant. And you can see that the course designers have made that pretty tricky. It's all about timing.
And pretty tight,
and very, very tight indeed. That is brilliant navigation by Rolf Schock, and that's going to put him in a strong position.
Absolutely.
Well, if we just get a replay of the Japanese... Well, this is actually their second attempt. I think on the first attempt, Lara,
I think they managed task 1 and task 3.
They moved on to, yeah.
But for this task, it's really all about the timing. How well you can control the wheelchair, how fast you can get through, how good the overviews of where the Tumias are right now. So they're doing really an incredible job.
Yeah, and you can see again from the wheel design why they had an issue with the rocky terrain and had to sidestep that. So you gain a bit, you lose a bit. It's, it's so often the case.
Yeah. Now the pickup task. With the water bottle.
So the task here is to pick the bottle up off the floor, obviously.
Exactly, to control the robotic arm. I think there it's quite tricky to really get the right angle on the bottle. This looks good. Generating a vacuum.
Yeah, a little suction device on the end of the arm, but suction doesn't work. If there's one little gap, the suction doesn't work. And when you've got a soft material like that bottle, that's a very difficult thing to achieve. And it's 1.5 liters, so that's a kilo and a half of weight. It's not a light object at all. So I have a feeling that that goes down as a fail on that particular section. And now we go back to Eiku, who had all sorts of technical issues to start with, and now got a problem with the wheel itself.
I think they're working on the robotic arm, actually. Also during the practices, there were some difficulties getting the robotic arm ready. But I think they're still anticipating to try this task as well. Oh, nice.
So Robility Enhanced through to the end of
They made it.
their task, and apart from picking up the bottle, that was a flawless run.
Absolutely. They already took part in the challenges approximately half a year ago, what was already the Tumios task, and already there they did a fantastic job. So they definitely have some practice. I'm curious what they're gonna say.
Yeah.
ねじれてるんで、そのうちバキっていきます。なんか確かにここから見たらなんか角度が変わってるような気がする。
Yeah, we can see just how complex the device is. What we're hoping is that we can get a word with the successful pilot from Robility Enhanced.
インタビューのリハーサルを今から。
We will get that to you as soon as we can.
They unfortunately have to skip the last task.
Yeah,
But again, 2 successfully finished, so I would say that's quite good as well.
but throughout the day, the actual completion of the task is so important, over and above the time that it takes to do it. I know there is time pressure, but you know, just taking your time and trying to make sure you complete. We saw that earlier on with the arm prosthesis event as well.
Definitely, yeah.
And no machine and no design and no prosthesis is perfect for everything. You can't do it all.
Exactly. But he seems happy. He seems satisfied with the performance.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the mobility in the early stages of that restaurant scenario.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Robility Enhanced team look pretty pleased with the way things have gone so far. And I think they should be. Be nice to know exactly what the issue was with the suction device. Was it the design of the bottle?
Yeah. And I think in the end they also failed task 1. Not entirely sure if I saw a red flag there.
Okay.
Terrain there.
Very, very.
And super quick.
Yeah.
Very quick, but then still the standstill works quite well.
So all in all, a very impressive run, and actually that particular section doesn't look so difficult, but the precision has to be absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Well, that's the end of the first run for Robility Enhanced, and I think we're going to get a chance to talk to Silvia Rona, who is the team leader. Silvia, I hope you can hear us. Fantastic effort on that first run. Just give us some feedback on your response to your successful run. Okay, we've got a frozen picture. Yeah, we didn't pick up the answer there. Sorry, we're having problems hearing your answer, but I'm going to throw another question at you anyway. There seemed to be a little bit of an issue with the retrieving the bottle off the ground. Can you give us some idea of what the issue was there? Well, again, so I'm very sorry. Yeah, we're struggling to hear your answers, but thanks very much, and good luck on the second run with that. It was impressive. Now, Laura,
yes,
you're going to have to guess what the answers were.
So I would say, now we see Oko, the other team, but I guess they're still quite happy with their performance, and we have to keep in mind it's a rehearsal day, so there is room for some improvement for tomorrow. And so far we could see that they perform very well under pressure.
Sie haben, also Luca, Ton. Sie haben verstanden als Moderator? Nein. Gar nicht? Nein, ist das abgebrochen?
Ich weiß es auch nicht, es ist einfach plötzlich weg gewesen. Also ich glaube, wahrscheinlich kannst du es wieder draufstecken. Aber ich kann es jetzt wie einfach nicht gerade jetzt machen, wo ich noch am Filmen bin.
Ich frage noch, ob du noch gebraucht wirst.
Das war also ein bisschen doof. Ich glaube, der Schluss mehr off.
Luca, brauchst du die Kamera noch von der Anuk?
Sonst super geschnitten mit den Hindernissen.
Okay. Okay. Wir müssen eben etwas am Gimbal flicken. Das ist irgendwie so ein bisschen... Etwas ist kaputt gegangen. Wenn man kann, können wir rasch fummeln. Okay. Okay,
while we're waiting for the next event, give us some idea of the research you're involved in.
So the research of my PhD is mainly about stroke patients and how we can improve the rehabilitation and assessment. But during my master thesis, I worked quite a lot in analyzing upper limb kinematics in wheelchair tennis players. So that's how the whole topic of wheelchair and wheelchair sports actually came into place for me.
Excellent.
So it's quite a nice opportunity to then be involved in the Cybathlon and especially the wheelchair competition.
Absolutely. Well, there's plenty more coming up this morning because of because it's a trial. We won't be doing a second heat in the arm prosthesis or the wheelchairs. We do have the FES, which is the functional electrical stimulation, which is going to be very interesting this afternoon, which is all about bike riding. That's the big test. And yes.
先生映りましたよ。あ、だからこれが今ズームにも言ってる。ズームにも言ってますね。これでインタビュー受けるっていう話聞いてた。今このカメラの。
That's actually fine. Yeah, well,
Is on, it's live. If you want to, if you've had enough, if you're live and you want to say something to me, so work on that. Otherwise, we'll just chat. And for me, it's just watching what's going to go on because I have no idea.
Okay.
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, all right.
And then when I can think of a sensible question, I'll just ask you.
Yes, please. Yeah,
ask you a
yeah. But
question.
I mean, anyway, today's rehearsal, so that's good.
Yeah. How do you like being? How do you want to be introduced?
Oh, well, that's a good question. I don't know on the other side, but yeah, I mean, the head discipline of the BCI race.
Yeah.
I'm a PhD student in neuroscience at ETH Zurich.
Yeah.
If that's interesting. Yes.
Head of discipline.
Head of discipline, yes.
Okay.
I'm from Switzerland. Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Oppalden. I don't know if you know it.
Never been there?
Yeah, it's a kind of mountain region.
Are you related to the skier?
No.
Is it spelt a different way? Or is it?
No, it's the same.
Is it?
We're from the same region, kind of, originally.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not related to him.
Okay. Brilliant. So you're a neuroscientist?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Or on my way to become one, I would say. But yeah.
Right. So I think what most people will be interested in is how on earth is so the idea here is that the brain is controlling the movement. Is that correct?
Yes. Exactly. So the brain signals are used to control what's happening on the screen.
Yeah.
It's used to control the game.
And what is the actual game? I better just.
So the game is we have different tasks as well.
Yeah.
And the pilots have to control different devices. So we have a wheelchair, a virtual wheelchair that they need to navigate.
Yeah.
We have we have a robotic arm that they need to move. And we also have a cursor on a computer screen that they need to move to the correct location and press a button, basically.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's my BCI.
Yeah.
So they're doing it all on the screen. It's actually it's like a video game, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. At the moment, yes. We're still doing a video game, but we want to show a bit what it could be used for, because of course, at the end you could also control a wheelchair in real life or a robotic arm.
Yeah.
So it's that's the idea behind these new tasks.
So how many tasks have they got? 4?
So today we have 6 tasks, but it's 3 times. So it's basically 3 tasks, 2 times each.
Okay.
With slight variations.
Here's my BCI.
Yeah, I can imagine it's a lot of new things.
It's
on
everywhere.
such short notice as well for you. So.
But they've written it all down very detailed.
But it's still
Well, it doesn't work because the timings, as we saw, timings don't. There are always going to be delays. So suddenly, what you're expecting at 11:30 is happening at 11:35. So I don't know where.
Well, it's rehearsal today, so we'll see how tomorrow goes.
I've never done a rehearsal for anything in my life, so it's quite nice to have the opportunity.
I mean, also for me, I mean, this is the part that makes me nervous, that I'm
The talk.
Yes.
You'll be fine.
I don't know.
So these are the 3 things.
Yes.
Just
So that's,
briefly.
Yeah. So that's, we call it furniture task, but it's at the end it's moving a wheelchair, navigating a wheelchair through a room with obstacles.
Okay. And they're purely doing it by thinking.
Yeah. So they are not moving. They are not allowed to use
touch.
their
They're not allowed
eye
to use
movements.
They're not allowed to use their eye movements.
No. They have to use mental strategies to induce a brain activity pattern that can be detected by an algorithm that they use.
And can that only be done by doing it hundreds and hundreds of times?
They need to train.
They have to train.
They have to train, and it's in a way they have to train their algorithm. So that's a machine learning approach, basically. But also the pilot has to train. They have to train to induce a brain activity pattern that is very strong and consistent, so it's easily to be detected.
Okay, so if I put that cap on, nothing would happen.
You could try. You could try, but it's. I mean.
Can you swap the cap from one person to another person?
That's actually also tricky. I think usually it's. Usually this algorithm is really specifically for one pilot, because it also needs to learn from the data of that specific pilot. But of course you can try to make it a bit more general. It might be tricky though.
Okay.
Because your brain activity patterns are just different to mine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mine are a lot slower, I can tell you.
Well,
Right, so the ice machine is what? Just
that's a robotic arm that is holding a cup, and
Yeah.
you need to put it below ice machine,
Yeah.
and then you need to wait until ice cubes come out.
Okay. So is this what you would just call virtual reality?
It is virtual reality. It's a 2D screen. It's not immersive virtual reality that some people would think of first. But yeah, it's a virtual environment. Maybe we call it like that. I think
And
that's a good
the reason they do this is this because it's a much safer way of doing it than
at the moment.
Yeah.
So the reason why we, well, actually the BCI game was very different last time.
Yeah.
It was a car race
Yeah.
that was quite far from reality. So now we would like to transition to a more real setting. So the first thing is to control more realistic devices in a virtual environment still, and then maybe at some point we can really control something in the real world, yes.
Okay. So it's 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, and today we're going to have this one team now, and then there will be 2 teams later. So, actually twice.
So one team this morning
Yes.
and 2 this afternoon.
Yes.
And they'll just do one task, yeah?
No, they do all the 6 tasks. So they have 6 minutes to solve the 6 tasks. After 6 minutes, it's just
Okay, so they'll do
timed out.
each task twice.
Yeah, so it's basically 3 tasks that they do twice, so 6 in total, yeah. If they manage, but I'm curious to see
If that's enough time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, how do you get around?
Yes, now yes. And you came here from England?
I live in Scotland.
Ah, okay. Nice. Can imagine, yeah. Never been, but it's on my
You've been to UK?
list. I've been to London,
Been
yes.
to London?
Yeah.
Well, London is difficult and it's impressive.
Yeah.
As a visitor, it's nice.
Yeah, I mean, I've been once as a tourist when I was younger with my parents, and then I was there last September for a conference. So that was really just a few days, and yeah, I didn't get to see that much from the city, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Do you have to shave your head to get one of these things to work?
No.
You don't?
But you will get some gel in your hair potentially, but you can wash it out because these electrodes, they need to be there needs to be some gel that they can measure properly. Yeah.
Yes, you want this about 2 centimetres from your mouth.
Okay.
You hear yourself breathing out your nose, then So if I have the same thought, okay, you ready?
Yeah.
So welcome back to Cybathlon Challenges 2024. We're on to the BCI interface race, and delighted to have Ingrid alongside myself, who is the expert, the head of discipline in this event. And this really is all about sort of neural power and brain patterns. And it's, at the moment, at this stage, it's a virtual event in that the pilot is trying to navigate a wheelchair on this first exercise through a situation, just using his thoughts.
Exactly. So currently the pilot is trying to control the wheelchair to reach the door that is just on the left side from the wheelchair. So we could see that he was stuck a bit in the corner, but now he's turning around, and there are only a few virtual meters left to pass the task well. So now he just managed to reach the door.
So he's not allowed to use anything manual. He doesn't have a joystick. He's not allowed to use his eyes to direct the wheelchair itself. So 100% of the control is coming from the mind.
Exactly. Yeah, so we can see that the pilot is wearing these electrodes, a cap with electrodes attached, and they are actually measuring electrical activity in the brain. So when our neurons, brain cells, communicate with each other, they do that with electrical signals, and that's what can be picked up with these electrodes.
And here our pilot is trying to put the cup under the ice distributor. And another centimetre or so, and we'll have it in just the right place.
Exactly, and now you could see that the pilot sent the command to actually turn the arm, which was not required in that game, but that can also happen, that by accident commands are sent or are detected in the brain signal that the pilot didn't intend to send. So now he's actually trying to not send any command for the moment, so that the cup is just held in place until all the ice cubes fell down.
Now, how many hours, years of practice do you have to do before you can get your brain to stimulate that? Because I don't imagine I could put that cap on and get the cup to move at all. As we move on to the third part of the problem, this is a computer screen. Can you explain what he has to do here, Ingrid?
Yeah, so here he has to move the cursor on the icon that has the yellow background, so on the bottom right of the screen, and then he needs to click on it by sending another command. So the first thing is to navigate. That's similar as we've seen with the robotic arm and the wheelchair, but then here he has to send an additional command to click.
3 teams in all involved in this particular part of the competition. WHI from Italy, we've got a Hungarian team, eBrainers, and Neuroconcise from Ulster University in Great Britain. And they will be all aiming to perfect their techniques before the big event in October. Francesca Patella, a very experienced pilot. And many of the pilots have been on this program for a long time, years.
Yes, I think all of them have trained with the previous game in 2020. But this year's game is quite different, and he passed another task, amazing. And it's actually the first competition that we have with this game, so it's very exciting for me to see how many tasks the pilot can solve, and yeah.
So that's the 6 minutes up. The idea is that you go through each of the disciplines twice in the 6 minutes, and the team look, yeah, I think they've got reason to be happy.
Yes, yes, that was a very good performance to control all 3 devices.
The 6 minute time is pushing it a little bit to get round twice. Doesn't really afford you any mistakes at all.
Exactly, and we could see in the first task that he was stuck in the corner, unfortunately, for quite a while, so that does take time.
Owen Collum is the pilot for the Neuroconcise team, and the team leader Damien Coyle. And I think a lot of people just wouldn't appreciate how much hard work it is. You know, the focus required to get these, to get the wheelchair and the cups to move.
Yes, you're right. I mean, when you look at the pilot from the outside, you see him sitting there looking quite relaxed, focused still, but it actually requires a lot of mental focus, and you just cannot allow any other thought than what you need to control that game to achieve the tasks.
So good work from...
Can they hear anything, Caitlin?
Just wondering whether he's going to start the task again. So Owen, who had an accident back in 1993, it's been a tough journey since then. Yeah. We almost need a timer on the screen.
I think so too, because I
yeah.
have no feeling of
Yeah.
6 minutes.
Yeah.
Waar je praat is. Mute knop ergens.
Hello.
Hier. En dan.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Can you please switch on your camera?
Yeah, you're done. You're done. Thanks very much. I'll see you this afternoon.
I am the interview laptop.
I'm going to see if they can put a timing up, so because it'd be much.
He is on a phone call again about the Wi-Fi, but I'm taking over every time he's
we
on
need
the call.
to.
So I'm following the process as well.
But they also need someone in the...
Well, they weren't really expecting us to be ready, but okay, that will be fine. That will be fine. I'll see you later.
And you have to talk to the film.
Oké, ja. Dus dan moet jij praten met de filming guy, want jij bent de filming guy. Oh.
Young, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Are you the FES man?
Yes, I am indeed.
Yeah, good stuff. Where are you from?
I'm from Korea.
Are you?
Yeah, I am.
But you're the one who's been training in London. Did you do a bit of your...
Yeah, so I went to UCL in
Yeah.
London, and then I went to boarding school in Canterbury.
Canterbury?
Yeah,
Oh, very nice. How was that?
I mean, I enjoyed my time over there.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. City-wise, it was a tiny city, so. I mean, I don't know how you call it city. I mean, it's got a cathedral, so
it's got a cathedral. Yeah. So it's called a city. Yeah, and that's how they get the tourists and the students in, because they don't check before they go.
Exactly. No, they don't check the size of the town.
Yeah,
it's so tiny.
Is it?
Yeah, it really is. But,
Are you a city man? Are you?
Not really. I mean, I still like this, like the whole nature and stuff.
Yeah.
But, you know, when you're when you're like in your teenage,
Yeah.
you do like to go out.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But then when you go to like Canterbury, that's such a small city, you know everyone basically.
Yeah.
You see the same faces all the time.
Yeah.
You want to just get away from it.
Yeah.
And now looking back, is everyone saying that it's actually a beautiful city that everyone visits. Like, I've never really seen it in a way.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, cool. And you live in Zurich now?
Yeah, I live in Zurich, so I'm a PhD student.
How do you like that?
It's actually really good. Actually.
Is it? Yeah. Yeah.
You get paid to do your PhD and stuff. So.
Yeah. Right. So we can do a. I don't know what they're going to do, but we can just do a practice commentary on the event, and it's really just going to be me asking you questions. I think, sort of explaining how the event works and stuff like that. Better? And then we can stop whenever we like. But it's just to get the feel of it. And then this afternoon we'll be a bit more relaxed.
You
I
also
think
see
so.
the sponsors?
If you're still around, yeah. How do you want to be introduced? Well, just sort of. Are you the head of discipline for the FDS? Yeah.
Is he vertonen?
To the left.
Yes, like this, much better, and like this it's nice.
Maar je hebt wel druk.
And now maybe just a little bit tilting down so we see all the wheels.
A little bit tilting down.
Nope. Mij was niet echt aangepast.
So Yong Cook Kim.
Yeah, but you can call me
Yong.
Something like this.
So how would you write it normally?
I just write it
Yong King. So what's the cook? Where does that come from?
It's like my full name is actually Yong, but then it just does the sound.
Je moet ze wel gelijk zetten. Dat is eigenlijk de brief summary die gisteren gekregen. Deze twee.
So they're going to start in 4 minutes or so.
Okay.
Explain to me. All these athletes, are they below the knee or above the knee?
So they are like below, like
they're
paraplegic.
Is this better or
below spinal cord? They are completely.
This is this is good.
Okay.
Maybe now on the left we have a lot of stuff you don't need. Maybe if you
can actually
closer or
that's good. And now down a little bit.
How many teams do we have doing this?
So the top corner, the top part will be Cybathlon.
Yeah.
So the Hungarian team, these two teams are competing.
These two.
Moet hem tilten naar beneden tilten.
Pulse
Hij moet
racing.
zo iets meer.
And the others will be this afternoon, or?
Want top moet Cybathlon zijn. Top moet Cybathlon. Top.
Yeah. Okay.
Je kan het net niet zien.
Okay.
Veel is die free running in the same.
Because I could do with them having the name. They could have the name of the team.
Ja.
Maar
Anyway, it's for testing.
Ja.
This is good, I think.
Oké. No hands on it.
Nu zie je net
Ja.
Moet dit nu al werken? Want
Do you know all these guys?
dat is fair. Want we moeten daar een countdown krijgen.
Yeah.
Hier staat heel lang.
Okay.
Moet ik achter gaan staan? Ik ken deze hier niet.
And I had a sort of background as a physio many years ago, and I imagine that the problem is getting the right muscle to contract at the right time. Is it all about sort of contraction patterns?
Contraction patterns. So they actually work out the contraction patterns through like the cycling pattern. So they have the crank base, get the angle of where their legs are, and then according to that, they get electrical stimulation delivered by the electrodes, which we don't see here.
Yeah.
En elke 200 is keeper.
Stroke dus die maintaining that for 8 minutes. They need to maintain certain power.
Je moet 2 kilometer per
Yeah. So their task is how many tasks do they have?
One task. So for basically for this one, they're just cycling in a straight line for 2 kilometers.
Yeah.
Roughly. So, if they can finish that within 8 minutes, that is obviously a good achievement.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Can we move back to the race room?
You can. The shoe can stay in the.
Okay, so they're on an ergometer, really, are they? Yeah. Okay.
Or not?
So 2,000 meters, and points per 10 points per. Okay, cool. Like that. And bizarrely, I was thinking, oh, that's cool. They can just go on doing that forever, but they get chronically fatigued. Why?
I think.
Is it because the blood flow isn't as good, or?
Blood flow, and they're doing something that is not used to. Right? They're not cycling all the time. They're just doing this as an exercise.
Yeah.
And as anyone.
Tomorrow we have one person.
How did he start it off?
So some of these guys actually can start cycling by themselves without any support. So this guy probably gets the electrical stimulation.
Okay.
Contract the right muscles at the right time, and then from there they just goes on.
They started now.
But some people actually require some support to be actually moving the leg.
Okay.
And then they can start initiating recycling.
And do they all they all having the electro stimulated by the crank angle?
Oh no, teams have a different approach.
They all have different approaches.
So some have the crank angle, some teams in the afternoon have the IMU base. Angles calculated from the so teams have a different strategy.
Which team is this? Oh, Pulse. It has got it in the background. Okay.
And this is the Humfes.
Okay. Shall we pick it up then and just have a practice?
Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, this is very...
Yeah. So welcome back to Cybathlon. We're into the FES, which is the functional electrical stimulation race. And as you can see, the pilot's on what is an adaptive ergometer, and they are using electrical stimulation to activate the muscles in the legs and the glutes to power the bicycle. And the task ahead of them is a 2,000 meter ride, and they've got 8 minutes to do that. And I've got Yong, thank goodness, alongside me, who's going to explain exactly how this works. And there are so many interesting aspects here, and you know, not only the sort of medical benefits of actually getting the muscles active. And two teams involved at the moment. We've got Pulse on your screens at the moment, and Hunfes, a Hungarian team as well, who are both involved this morning. Now, Yong, where are the electrodes stimulating the muscles, which of course have been paralysed, and explain in the simplest way you can how this works.
So basically, they're cycling at the moment, as you can see, and they have the electrodes that are attached to the skin, where that is attached to muscles that is responsible for cycling. And basically, when they're cycling, they measure the angles of where their legs are, and according to that, they get electrical stimulated when it's needed or when it's required, pretty much.
And so you're using the quads, obviously, as you're pushing the foot, and then you've got to stimulate the hamstrings on the back of the leg when you're pulling.
Yeah, exactly.
And when you go through that neutral phase, have you got to have both have got to be inactive, or how does that work?
So teams have different approaches, and this is really like they will try out they'll try out different configurations of the mode, and so do I keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. So they'll try with different configuration of electrodes and the strategies of the electrical stimulation patterns, and see what's the best for the rider.
But each muscle, like the quad, obviously has 4 groups. So do you have 4 lots of electrodes for the quads? How complicated do you want to make it? Because you've got so many muscles you could stimulate. I guess the more complicated, the harder it is to get the right contraction pattern.
Exactly. So there are some teams will have 4 electrodes, or then there'll be teams have like more electrodes, but it doesn't necessarily mean that having extra or more electrodes are going to produce better performance. It's really all about trial and error. So you have to see what's the best fit for that team and for the pilot.
Yeah.
And there's no one for all solution.
And for some extraordinary reason, when I was reading about this, I was thinking you were getting muscle contraction for nothing, but the muscles still needed to be supplied with oxygen.
Yeah.
And these are muscles that, because of the paralysis that all the pilots have had, haven't been used very much at all. So fatigue comes in extraordinary levels.
Exactly. So I mean, it's actually good. Not only is it good for rehabilitation, but it's also actually good for their fitness level. So they're actually exercising in terms to maintain their fitness and health. So it actually brings a lot of advantages to the pilot or to the participants.
And so is this something that's likely to be used in the way we can see it being used now, purely as a fitness, for fitness benefits, or is it down the line likely that they'll actually be able to ride bikes and get around?
So some of the commercial, so these two tracks that we're looking at right now, they're 2 commercial products, so they're actually commercially available. So then these are specifically made for the rehabilitations, and they're also made for cycling in just normal daily activities. So they're actually catching 2 aspects of.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And with the training, are we then likely to see them being able to, take on much bigger challenges than a 2,000-meter ride?
I guess so. At the moment we're trying out with just flat surface of no hill area or downhill area. But as we progress, we would expect to see that some more challenging terrain can come up, and the pilots are able to overcome by themselves and go around the places from A to B or what have you. Yeah.
Yeah. What an exciting project to be involved in.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm glad. I'm glad.
Brilliant. Okay, we can.
Dit is de...
Het is de warning referee.
Ja, oké. And the warnings didn't work. If we tap...
Als zijn het twee, hè?
I'm still announcing.
Ja.
Whatever.
T1 Amsterdam.
Maar je moet vertellen, ik kon geen apps downloaden, want ik heb geen Android. Dus, maar dat is alles. Er zit toch een opleiding?
I think we have all the settings from
should be seems that everything is
Ah,
correct.
okay, good.
It was just their try since it didn't work before.
Yeah.
They tried it now to see if it was working.
Ja, ja,
I guess dat werkt dan, ja.
Perfect. Maar ik ben een beetje in de war, maar ik dacht dat ze dus
So is there anything else?
een aparte app hadden voor de scoring en voor de scheidsrechter, maar volgens mij is het gewoon hetzelfde.
Nee, dat is de scoring, dit is de scheidsrechter.
Maar hoe kan je dan punten toevoegen?
Geen idee, maar er zijn nu 1 punt en je hebt 10 punten, dus dat klopt. Elke 200 meter zou je dus
10 punten
moeten
krijgen. Ja, maar via waar?
Ja.
Je houdt gewoon bij dan toch? Via dat,
Oh, maar moet ik dat ergens aanklikken dan?
Ja.
Okay. So for today we are done. If you agree with me, I don't know.
Ja. Kan je nog één keer vragen wat de scoring is?
Say is Roman and for us it's good.
Well, welcome back to Cybathlon. We're back onto the VIS event now. Delighted to have Julia with me, who's the head of discipline for these events for the visually impaired. Julia, welcome. Really looking forward to this. We'll get a chance to explain the events a little bit later on, and we'll see the pilots in action. First, though, I think we go to the event explainer, which will explain exactly what the pilots have got to do.
The next Cybathlon challenge discipline today, the Vision Assistance Race. In the first task, pilots find themselves in a forest landscape of sorts, with objects that are located at different heights, such as branches hanging from trees. Pilots are asked to navigate through the maze of randomly positioned objects. Then they follow a footpath without touching the ground along the path. Again, the course runs in various directions. Pilots have no knowledge about the route in advance. Next, pilots are asked to order a fruit salad by pressing the corresponding icon that is randomly placed on a touch screen. They must not touch any of the other icons. And finally, pilots are required to identify empty seats, as they would be required to on a train or when visiting a theatre. Once they have found free seats, they indicate their choice by removing the corresponding small blocks. Pilots earn 10 points for each task. Whoever completes the most tasks in the fastest time wins the race. The time limit in this race is 6 minutes.
Well, I think that explains things as well as anyone can, so we're looking forward to that event. 4 tasks in all, 3 teams involved. We did have 4 next guide have pulled out, but we've got 3 teams remaining in this event. iRider from Hungary, we've got AI from Sorbonne University in France, and Next VPU from Shanghai in China. So a truly international event, and the forest is the first task that they will come up against. And Julia, yeah, the forest, nearly always a visually impaired rider would be using a stick to pick up obstacles at ground level. So the forest is important in that there are some at waist height, some at eye height. And how do they solve those sort of problems?
Yes, so here the challenge is, as you already correctly said, that the obstacles are at chest height or at head height. And this is usually very difficult for the pilots to detect when using a normal Y-cane or any other like normal assistive device. And here they usually tend to use a camera to estimate the distance to a certain object and give that feedback to the pilot using some kind of haptic or kinesthetic feedback.
Well, we'll see how it goes. First, though, let's introduce you to the teams. Here they are.
Has created an experimental device that uses a wearable camera to recognize the environment. The device provides feedback in the form of vibrations and audible effects, allowing the team's pilot, Dongyu Kai, to navigate different situations. Next VPU will be tackling today's challenge at their Shanghai home base. Team iRider joins us from Hungary. They've spent the last few weeks working hard to prepare for today's Cybathlon challenge. The team's pilot is Peter Suljog, who already competed with them in 2023. He will complete the tasks with the help of a cell phone app's camera that provides him with voice descriptions. Last year, the Hungarians won the Cybathlon challenge. Now they are back, determined to defend their 2023 triumph.
Bonjour! My name is Sébastien, but I like to be called just Seb. I am blind from birth and a software engineer. One of the dreams I have for many years now is to be guided by a robot. I have always been interested in being as autonomous as possible, and it is this exploring which led me to meet the team. I very much enjoyed the fact that it was creating reality test for technologies. I am also very happy to participate to this competition. Nous sommes l'équipe AI! Woo!
Well, they're in good spirits, and that's good to see. And of course, we're now waiting for the races to start. The first of the obstacles is the forest. Julia, then they move on to the footpath. Important to explain that the footpath they'll be covering isn't the same every day. It's a random. It can be positioned. The number of pads placed down are the same, but they can be put in any position, any order.
Yes, exactly. So we want to add this challenge to randomize the path, so they can't just learn it by heart. Otherwise, it would be way too easy for our teams, and also so they can't like look at the teams on the other racetracks and copy what they are doing.
And then, of course, they have the touch screen exercise to go through, and the empty seat exercise. Which of the 4 do you think they're going to find the hardest?
Ooh, that's very difficult to say. I think probably the touch screen, because there are like lots of different images that look very similar, and it's going to be hard to identify the fruit salad out of them.
They're the Hungarian team, who are the defending champions here, and lots at stake lots at stake for them. They've still got a minute or so before they get underway. Another thing to mention about the footpath is they're not allowed to use the outside of the path as a means of staying in the middle, which is probably what they would normally do with a stick.
Yeah, I think normally they would try to like explore the edges of the path to find the correct way, but sometimes the cane could get stuck in something or could get dirty or something like that, and we want to prevent that and give them this additional challenge of trying to find the path without exploring the edges. Yeah. So here you can see that it's pretty challenging to do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a narrow path, but this is reality. And what's so impressive about all these events is it's all geared towards the end user. It's all geared. It's no good having devices that can do things that you wouldn't normally do in everyday life. But all these problems are things that they would come across day in, day out.
Absolutely. So when we were designing the challenges, we actually sat together with visually impaired people and talked about their challenges in daily life and tried to make each challenge into one task to really address this.
Well, you can see from the clock in the background that we now have just over 20 seconds before this competition gets underway. The teams starting a minute apart, so it enables us to follow everyone round. Makes it a little bit harder to work out who's in the lead, but if you put your stopwatches on, you'll be able to assess who is going well. So here we go. And this is the forest.
Yes, so the pilot is navigating really well. You can see how she stops from time to time to assess the environment. And she managed her first task.
And what methods are being used here for navigation?
So she's using a very new device that is invisible and allows you visually assess or optically assess the environment, and the feedback is given through a kinesthetic device. So she can feel through vibrating motors where she has to go.
And where is the device? Is that just...
It's hidden underneath her shirt, so it's attached to her skin.
Amazing.
Amazing, yes.
Yeah. And here's the touchscreen.
So that was incredibly fast. I don't think I've seen anybody solve this quickly.
Ja, muss nicht. Ah, okay, mir wurde gesagt, das habe ich einmal.
And so the time limit for each exercise.
So they have 6 minutes to complete the full race.
Yeah.
Ja.
So it looks like the team iRider started with the forest task. And here you can see that they're using the smartphone to detect where the objects are in the environment. And you can see how he's moving the smartphone up and down to check at different heights.
And just with branches, some of them are a lot thinner than others.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I think... So you can see there the red flag goes up, and the slightest touch on one of the obstacles and it is registered as a fail. So iRider will be working to put that right. Peter Suliok, their pilot for this event. Now this is impressive once again, using the
apps.
Mobile, yeah.
So they have different different modes that they can switch in between on their application to tackle all these different challenges.
And so we end up with the 3 teams all racing at the same time, but having started at slightly different times. Minute 5 on the clock for the first 2, and now we move on to the touchscreen exercise. Once again, the phone.
Yes, and Team iRider was extremely fast in this first task that they solved successfully, the footpath. So this is a really good time compared to the last challenges. So let's see how they do on this touchscreen challenge.
So trying to identify a particular item on that touchscreen.
Yes, correct. And you can hear how the device is giving him acoustic feedback, so like some sound where he should move his finger to.
Let's see, no text. Let's see, yogurt, hamburger, pizza. Down, let's see, pizza. Down, let's see, no text. Left, up, let's see, no text. Left, right, down, let's see, sandwich. Right, down, let's see, no text.
So the smartphone app is navigating him through these different options.
Next VPU from Shanghai in China, Dongyu Kai, just waiting to get his starter's orders.
Left, down, let's see, no text. Left, down, let's see, no text. Let's see, no text. Left, up, right, let's see, no text. Left, up, right, let's see, Pixar, 1400, left, up, right, down, let's see, no text, right, down, let's see, no text. Up, right, let's see, no text. Up, let's see, hamburger, pizza. Let's see, no text.
In a race situation, I can see just how frustrating this is.
Yeah, it can be very challenging.
I think I might just leave the bananas off my shopping list.
Yeah, it's mentally quite stressful for the pilot, I think, because you know.
Absolutely.
But Peter is doing a fantastic job here. He already has experience from the last challenges, so I hope he can deal with the stress.
Just worth pointing out that a number of these exercises taking place in Zurich itself, in the Ruhr Bisbachhalle, but we have competitors in China and Italy, Switzerland, France, Hungary, of course. 10 nations involved in all.
Left, up, down, let's see, mashed potatoes. Up, let's see, steak. Up, let's see, chicken, steak, cupcake. Up, let's see, no text.
So it looks like he decided to move on to the next task.
Yeah, given a red flag for that one. But, you know, that's a learning curve for everyone, just how difficult it is. Now he's got to try and identify which of the seats are empty, and we'll see if he finds that any easier.
So he's starting at the left edge of the race field, probably scanning from there.
And he's not allowed to use the stick to identify the
Yes, correct. So
the actual seat. In reality, is that what he would do? But the whole point of this is to develop the technology that enables them to do it in another way.
Yeah, I guess if you would, I don't know, enter a train in the morning and you would try to find an empty seat, you wouldn't want to touch all the passenger to identify where you can sit.
Absolutely.
So this is trying to mimic the situation, and yeah, hopefully it's going to succeed. So So it looks like he's a little bit unsure whether the second or the third seat is empty, because I can see him moving left and right. Okay. He's moving on to the second row.
Free.
That completes the test, and you know, astonishing just how difficult that is. Did really well on the early part of the problem. Now let's see how they get on in China. And Dongyu Kai.
So
So hopefully we'll get a chat with Peter Suliok, who's just completed his task. We'll yeah, hopefully have a chat with him, just see what the issues were. And this is just Peter at the start of his challenge, trying to get through the forest. Started well enough, and then just the slightest touch on one of the obstacles. Really good on the footpath, really impressive.
Absolutely, yes. I think it's also really hard for us to imagine how hard all these tasks are. So it's really impressive what he did today.
And this is where the real problems came. And
yeah, I mean, the images on this touchpad are also extremely small, so I think it's very difficult.
Yeah. So that was iRider from Hungary and Peter Suliok, the pilot. So Peter, great work. A really difficult problem to try and solve. Can you just talk us through what the main issues were and where the problems arose?
I'm 14 years old. Okay. Oh. Okay. Ok, lo senti dal laptop?
No.
No.
Alzo.
Sta al massimo. FN, volume su. Yes, 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 one moment. Sì. Try again. No.
Ok, ma mi sa che forse non è impostata sull'uscita
No, one moment.
Seated at that basis in front of the camera, or just for the race? Okay, because
Try again.
here's the location with the three different
Now.
seats. There will be two team members and the pilot that will take part at the. We look
Now?
the race at the computer in the interview space.
No.
Okay.
Scusa, ma è acceso il Bluetooth?
Ok.
È acceso, mi sa che è spento forse. Vedo un attimo, scusa.
No,
Sembra spento.
prova a accendere.
Ah, ora è acceso.
Yes, I try it. I connect a Bluetooth speaker. Ok. Ok. Can you try now? Yes, yes, yes.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Very cool, very cool.
It's disconnect the Bluetooth.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Great. Then you're going to hear the program here. The TV show is going to be, broadcasted to that laptop, so you need to hear audio. And you also need to hear the questions from the commentary. So.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay. See you later. Thank you. Oh, ti ringrazio in italiano, ok. Sì, l'ho già fatto con la telecamera l'anno scorso. Non me l'aspettavo, ero pronto per Immaginavo da Luca l'italiano, però non me l'aspettavo. Sì, l'ho già fatto comunque l'anno scorso. E infatti non mi ricordavo il volto, però mi ricordavo che parlai con un leccese di Tricase, non mi ricordo, una cosa del genere, vero? Più vicino a dove abito io presicce. Sì, comunque l'ho fatto l'anno scorso, mi ricordo che mi dicevano che potevo, te lo chiedo già che ci sono, che potevo oltrepassare le linee gialle, perché mi chiedevano di riprendere più le linee, e poi di riprendere molto più frequentemente la mano, giusto? Ok. Certo. Non ti sento più. Figurati. Sì. Ovviamente, certo, sì, certo, assolutamente, senza problemi. Certo, me lo ricordo l'anno scorso. Mi ricordo infatti mi davate direttive su inquadra il braccio, inquadra la faccia, l'anno scorso erano ad esempio le bottiglie, mi ricordavo questa cosa infatti. Ok. Ok, quindi io metto il muto come l'anno scorso, giusto? Ok.
We actually have the power back if so that we will be ready.
Parlo. Ok, giustamente, certo. Mi è chiaro. Perfetto, perfetto, ok. Alle 4:12, sì. Sì, 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 ok. Benissimo. Benissimo. Perfetto, va bene.
Sorry? I was connecting the phone with the charger.
Va benissimo, ti ringrazio tanto. Va benissimo, ti ringrazio tanto. Ciao, a dopo.
Matteo, ma voi mi vedete?
Praticamente.
Ora no.
Ci sei bloccata in realtà. Cioè ti vedo ancora ma sei bloccata.
Io ho finito. Io ho finito.
Devi fare più volte.
No, perché praticamente l'ho già fatto l'anno scorso. E per velocità mi hanno passato in italiano, mi ha detto ma tu l'hai fatto già l'anno scorso? Sì, mi ha spiegato le cose, gli ho spiegato io le cose, sì, sì, perfetto, sono quelle, ci vediamo direttamente alle 16.
Just a moment because I need to download it. Just a moment please. Il QR code.
Allora ha detto che da qua praticamente
Guarda, lo devi avere solamente tu, scusa.
sentiremo lo speaker degli speaker.
No, no.
La voce degli speaker.
Avete il link?
Non è che il link dell'altro.
No, maybe.
No, we have the QR code on the polybox.
Okay, we have another phone, another Android phone with a scorer app installed. Is it okay or not? Yes, yes, because I'm the scorer and I have an iOS, so I have another phone with Android with the scorer app. Yeah, it's charged. Okay. Just a moment. 4.0.6. Okay, and the phone is at 85% of battery. So, okay. Okay. Yes.
Consent.
Yes. I have done.
Secondo me comunque non po- oggi va bene, domani non potete essere qua.
Si sente.
Yes, I can see that. Can you see me?
Sì, sì.
Okay, so it's like this. Okay.
Quindi quei due. Sorry, is this question for the scorer or the referee? Ah, yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can move over there. Let's start and finish. You can see that? Okay. So, should we... Okay. Okay. tu devi mandare la segnalazione che l'hanno passato il task.
Ma non lo faccio io. Fa lui.
Ah, è vero, poi lo segno io. Ah no, lui, è vero. Perché nel video tu solo le bandierine tieni e basta, e guardi ovviamente. Che ti ha detto lei?
Se c'avevo l'applicazione, che versione era dell'applicazione? Ho detto guarda, no. Quale applicazione mi chiedi?
Però nel manuale nella cosa che avevano mandato tu e lui la dovete scaricare. Può essere che tu non la usi, però boh.
Cioè, ma a me quando facemmo la chiamata mi dissero sì, scaricala, però comunque a te non serve.
Ok. Tu l'hai scaricata?
No.
Ah, ok. A me hanno detto proprio che era facoltativa, quindi ho detto no.
Ma me l'ha chiesta.
Tanto. Una cosa che io non ho capito, visto che sono 2 prove che vi fa, cioè 2 prove, domani sarà 2 volte. Io nel file qua c'ho sia la prima che la seconda, e loro mi hanno detto che alla fine devo mandare subito dopo la prova, io devo mandare il coso, ma lo devo mandare ogni volta che lui finisce, perché siccome non sono consecutive. Infatti penso che chiederò, perché stamattina ho rotto il cazzo. Stamattina gli ho fatto una mail e ho detto ma ho chiesto, però non sapevo, poi pensavo fossero consecutive.
No, l'anno scorso neanche furono separati.
Vabbè, glielo chiedo, tanto la ragazza era abbastanza tranquilla.
Okay, we'll check. We'll check because the other laptop is a Windows. So we check the other laptop first while my colleague is checking his information in the web.
65.
Okay, so here we have it. Sorry. So it's 165.
Sì, ho visto la
Sì. Va bene per questo, dobbiamo riprovarlo per l'altro.
No, sono una col cappello. Gabriele 1, ma
You mean you should open a link by the laptop used for the screen?
Tamina mando un altro messaggio a questa Tamina
They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technology. Cybathlon, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
Cybathlon macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Wir treten mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? Cybathlon competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Robotic wheel and endurance. Robotic wheel. Robotic. Robotic wheelchair. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeleton. Let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. Cybathlon is all of that. Today's Cybathlon Challenge is the last competition on the road to Cybathlon 2024. Teams can use every
As a third person, making adjustments in between the lines.
Davanti al pilota, dagli il passaggio, dopodiché girare sulla sinistra, andare avanti e sulla sinistra e seguire poi fino al passaggio tra le varie. Quindi se va tutto a posto di mangiare aperta, passa subito da qua
le comunicazioni, per esempio, che non ci sono diverse la linea, puoi entrare in campo con la mentre fa anche l'ok go sul punto.
No, però l'ok go non chiede il check, se non si accende la lampadina. Se si accende la lampadina, il check si dà l'ok go per continuare. Fai il punto, gli dai l'ok go, tira fuori, quindi in quel caso poi e vai. Da qua poi c'è vedere come fa l'ok go scende. Quindi poi cosa prende? No, ma non c'è neanche vabbè, no, poi una cosa ci vediamo la cosa adelante, però cosa?
No, me l'hanno detto, magari questo cosa io devo stare fuori dal gioco dove vuoi, basta che sguardi la mano, magari tu mi vuoi non incrociarmi. No, lo vedo io. Scusa, perché voi da questo lato. Da questo lato, ok, perché io mi soprattutto perché io e te la stessa partita da quel lato, quindi non solo perché continuavo esatto, solo sulla cerniera però.
Ma voi di cosa state?
Quattro stai.
Lui si mette
quando l'attacca
lui si mette qua.
Qua così? Sì.
No, qua per questo
Se qua così, io sto qua.
E poi non stai
esatto, quando invece la parte è io sto qua.
poi tu sarai sempre sulla sinistra, no?
Dov'è? Quindi devi stare dall'altro lato e Fabio ti rimane questo.
No, sulla sinistra.
No, sempre sulla sinistra del
Ah, nel senso di percorrenza? Sì. No, io mi tengo la sinistra della sala.
No, tu quindi fai sempre il square, non sempre stare.
Ma dipende quello che dico, ragazzi, io posso curvare, ma se mi ci sposto in qua, io ho promesso. Non parlo al 100%, però quindi chi è un altro caricatore iPhone? Io ho preso lo spot,
guarda, a me arriva al 60-40%, ma se vuoi lo posso attaccare presa, ti lascio il...
basta un quarto d'ora, una presa libera. No, vai. Lo schermo poi si sta vedendo, sai? Modifica.
It's really confident. Not himself,
Ja, die sind gerade am Aufstarten. Ja, ich höre euch. Der Roman, der Jerome ist auch wieder ins Glas. Versteht er nicht? Ich bin jetzt Platz.
Ja, gerne.
Mache ich sehr gerne. Wenigstens etwas, was von mir professionell ist, oder?
Io? No.
Évidemment au-dessus, bien au bord, un peu plus avancé, voilà. Hop. Tu stabilises quand tu lèves. Non, non, les balles elles vont aller de l'autre côté. Stabiliser de l'autre côté, voilà, comme ça.
Ja, mach ich, ja. Ja, ist gut. Nein. Irgendwo?
Ces t-shirts, j'aime la place, c'est un style, on s'utilise pas. C'est quoi qui a pas
Faut pas que je tienne.
Ouais. Donc quelque chose dont on soit... Oui.
Ja, mach ich, sehr gerne.
Appuie sur les pieds.
Je te tourne. Et bah attends. Bah non. Non, je vois rien. Je vois rien.
Est-ce que tu prends beaucoup plus loin?
Elle se balade comme...
En fait, la fissure bouge beaucoup. Transfert sur les pieds.
Il faut que je m'écarte d'abord. Il faut que j'écarte le pied d'abord.
Parfait. Violet. Attention quand tu tiens là-bas.
Faut pas que j'aille.
Cybathlon, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
Cybathlon macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Mir treten mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? Cybathlon competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. Cybathlon is all of that. Today's Cybathlon Challenge is the last competition on the road to Cybathlon 2024. Teams can use every challenge to prepare for Cybathlon 2024 in the best possible way, step by step. The next Cybathlon Challenge discipline today, the arm prosthesis race. The first task involves some do-it-yourself action, including the handling of various tools. Pilots then don a hooded sweater. They have to pull up its zip fastener fully before continuing. The goal of the task is to put the sweater on a clothes hanger and hang it on a clothesline. In addition, pilots are asked to hang a t-shirt on the same clothesline and secure it with a peg. Next, pilots have to serve food. To do this, they need to transfer a casserole and a frying pan from the stove to the dining table. In the final part of the race, pilots stack blue cups and build a vertical pyramid while sitting at a table. Pilots can score 10 points for every one of the 4 tasks. The pilot who completes the most tasks in the fastest time wins the race. The time limit is 6 minutes.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Cybathlon Challenger event here in Zurich. What a morning we've had with the arm prosthesis race. We saw the wheelchairs in action, the visually impaired athletes also going through their paces, and so many difficult tasks. It seems to me that completing a task is just about as important as the speed that you actually achieve that in. We've got lots coming up this afternoon, and we're going to start things off with the arm prosthesis, the second heat coming up. Delighted to have Adrian Esser alongside myself, who'll help us through it and explain how all the prosthesis work and the difficulties that they encounter. And what's so exciting is the event based here in Zurich, but there are hubs all over the world. We've got Brazil, Netherlands, Japan, Italy, Hungary, France, all involved, and China as well. So lots coming up. It's going to be an exciting afternoon. And Adrian, the arm prosthesis event, your speciality, you're the head of discipline. What can we expect? We saw the events that they've got to take part in there, and one challenge runs into the next.
So I think these challenges tackle a diverse array of movements for the pilots. So we see a lot of arm pronation and supination. There's twisting motions to screw the light pole in. They have to manipulate very fine dexterous objects with their hands, and so it's going to challenge gross motor, fine motor skills, and we'll see that coming up in the challenges.
Yeah, the fine motor skills certainly proved problematic this morning, just the clipping of the peg. And I love the fact that this is all about the end user. This is about everyday function. And you just get to understand how difficult it is. And the prostheses don't necessarily have that sort of pressure sense that a normal finger would have. Well, let's have a look at some of the pilots, and you can see the prostheses here. I'm assuming that each of the teams has a different method.
Yes, of course. Another big difference that we see here with the face-off between SmartArm and Bion IT is a commercially available prosthesis with the Bion IT lab and a custom prosthesis developed for research from the French team.
Yeah, well, let's learn a little bit more about the teams. We've got a VT prepared for them, and this will just give you an understanding of what the team is all about.
The Sorbonne research team specializes in arm prostheses for transhumeral, above the elbow amputees. This is Christophe Houchet, their pilot.
Bonjour, je suis Christophe, je suis le pilote de l'équipe SmartArm.
Christophe Houchet is a former professional swimmer, and he was born with an agenesis of the right arm, including the elbow. He participated in the 2020 Cybathlon. In 2022, they won the Cybathlon Challenge, and in 2023, they took 4th place. SAM is an arm prosthesis dedicated to the complex needs of transhumeral above-elbow amputees. People requiring an above-elbow prosthesis are dealing with the control of the hand and the complex control of at least 2 active joints. Giovanni Sapatore is the founder and CEO of Bion IT Labs. And their pilot is...
Sono Salvatore De Cillis, ho 47 anni e sono un pescatore subacqueo. Già nel 2023 ho partecipato alle challenge del Cybathlon.
Salvatore, our pilot, is a very determined person. That's the reason why he's the right person for this challenge.
Mi considero una persona molto competitiva e amo le sfide. E grazie alla mia mano Adam's Hand che riesco ad affrontare la vita quotidiana.
The goal of the Adam's Hand is to bridge the gap between digital and polyarticulated devices. That's why Adam's Hand is the first of its kind.
So, as I mentioned, the teams are based all around the world, and whereas in the past everyone would fly to a central location, nowadays they compete at home, and that was the developments from the pandemic. And so we have teams in Spoleto in Italy and also in Paris as well. Christophe Houchet looking quite intense. You can see just how serious this and what it means to him.
Christophe is one of the most serious pilots I've seen in my 3 years volunteering for Cybathlon.
Yeah.
His focus is just incredible.
He's also one of the best.
Yeah.
Well, so his first challenge is the DIY. And a bit of a face-off here, Adrian. We've got the 22 champions, as in SmartArm. Are you expecting them to sort of breeze through this, or do you think Bion IT are going to give them a run for their money?
Yeah, I think it's this one's tough to say. These are 2 very good teams. They're very experienced, and both of them have seasoned pilots that are familiar with being under pressure. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, we should just explain that there was a change in the pilot for Bion IT. Salvatore De Cillis has pulled out. Filip Balushka has come in instead. So a late replacement. So that really does put a little bit of pressure on him. And he certainly hasn't had the practice that Salvatore had. So they're at a massive disadvantage at the start of this event. But you never know. He looks confident enough.
Yes, and hopefully we'll see good, robust control from the prosthetic hand, and it shouldn't be an issue for him to to control the objects.
Yeah, while the event's taking place, perhaps you can explain how the pilot is getting the arm to go through its sort of pronation, supination, how it gets the hand to actually grip, because obviously all the techniques that they've used are different.
So both of these devices use what's called myoelectric control, and what you can do is sense the activation of the muscles where the prosthesis is attached to the body and use that to decode opening and closing of the hand. Or in the case of Christopher, he can also flex and extend his elbow and also rotate his wrist. So this is one of the amazing things about this technology, is that through those contractions with his arm, he's actually controlling 3 separate motions of the prosthesis. And you'll see that being used in the various tasks.
And the independent digits, have they got to the stage where the digits are all independent of each other?
No, actually for both of these devices, the grasping will happen as one action.
As you can see on the clock behind Christophe, he has just 10 seconds now to prepare himself for the run. The 2 pilots will start 1 minute apart, and that gives us a chance to see how they're getting on each of the projects. So 4 problems to solve, and Christophe off already, the 22 champion, straight on to the hanging of the clothes.
Yes, in some cases it can be a strategic decision to skip certain tasks.
Yeah, so he's gone straight past the DIY task. Now, this is the one that gave so many people problems this morning. The delicate job of picking up a peg, and if the peg touches the floor, it's dropped at any stage, then it is deemed a failed task, and the red flag goes up.
Think about how often you use your fingers for tactile and sensory feedback. When we touch small things, the fact that you can run your hand and feel a piece of paper on the table. So the amount of delicate control here is incredible. Looks like he's got the peg.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was unlucky. Very, very careful. So he gets a fail on that section, but just because the peg rotated in the digits themselves. Now on to the serving food task. He's got to take the frying pan and place it on the table in a designated area.
And you can see those lacrosse balls, how they roll around in the pan, making it even more difficult.
Now, this is Philip Balushka. Now, this is the DIY task that he's got, which is he's put the blue bulb into its socket, and it's a screw socket, so he's got to turn it 7 or 8 times. Once the light comes on, he'll get the green light, and they've made the task even harder by putting it into a cupboard rather than on a wall or on the ceiling.
We did this on purpose to make it more difficult, so that there was less room to move the arm and the wrist.
Yeah, good work from Philip. Now this is the stacking of the cups. 3, 2, 1. And then once he's completed the stack, he then has to take it apart and stack all the cups inside each other. Now, how's he activating these delicate movements?
So here he's using the contraction of the muscles at his stump to control the wrist rotation. And one thing that I find incredible is seeing these arms move in ways that our bodies can't. So he can rotate his wrist fully backwards to grab the cups. It's incredible.
So he stacks the top one onto the middle ones. That's obviously something that he's rehearsed. So he's picking up speed, having failed the first 2 tasks. And we're back now with Philip Balushka. And just getting a prosthesis into the arm of a jacket is not easy. I have seen them put plastic bags on the hand of the prosthesis just to make sure it goes through comfortably, but Philip not having any problem with that.
Christophe is finished.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear from him how he thought that went. But it seemed to me that no prosthesis is perfect for every task, and I guess that's part of your design, is it?
I mean, there's a lot you have to think about. You have to think about how robust it is to control. So how reliable can those motions be? You have to think about how it's going to be used in what environment.